Hello farmers, and welcome back to Pichonniere Valley. We are running along with Franco and our Fendt 920, and I got a couple of contracts that are going on, but this one's almost done. I think both contracts will pay us roughly about 16 grand in total. But we got Franco in the Fendt, as I said. They're 87% done plowing up this field over by the BGA. And then if we jump over to our Mercedes, we got Frank Jr. Trying to do a cultivating contract. They are about 60% done with this one. But we got plenty of work to do while the contracts are going on, so we can get to it. Yeah, they should be done. Well, at least the plowing contract will be done rather soon. This cultivating contract with the Mercedes may take us a little bit longer because being a manual shift, the worker does like shifting gears quite a bit. Hello, Wade. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice weekend so far. So, to start off with, we're going to jump into the 3650. And we're going to drop off the weight over here by the dairy production. And we're going to go mow up our two small grass fields. The large grass field's already been cut. So, we're going to cut the two small ones and then probably grab the baler. If the Fendt is done by the time we get to baling, then we'll use that. But the 3650 should be able to handle it, no problem. So the big thing for us today, not in this month, but during the stream today, is we should have the mayonnaise production placed down. We'll have to move the dairy production. But yeah, we'll get the mayonnaise production up, and yeah, we're not going to be able to make a whole lot of mayonnaise, but we'll be able to make some of it. Is this in swaths dropping? It is, so we're all set to go here. So I need 100 grand for the mayonnaise production, and about another 30 grand to replace the dairy production. We'll sell the one that we have, because that's where the mayonnaise production needs to go. So I should get about maybe 20 grand back on that production. Placing a new production back down is going to cost 50 grand, I think. So, yeah, if I can get like 20 grand for the old one and have 30 grand in our bank account, we'll be able to put it back on down, which is kind of important for us because the cows are producing milk, which means we are making a whole lot of cheese. We still have another field to harvest. There is rain in the forecast, if I remember correctly, but I did not double check when I logged in today. But I think the rain's not going to be here until like mid-afternoon, and it's only like 11 o'clock in the morning, so we got some time, especially when I'm only running at 1 times on the time scale. We're running real time. But we do have a lot of baling. We're going to have 3 fields of straw that we need to bale up. I mean, our field's not that big, but it's jobs that we got to do. Those contracts when I logged in, getting set up for today, I'm like, yeah, I should be doing those contracts before the stream starts. I mean, that'll be a good 15 grand for our bank account. So I think it was last stream that we bought the oil mill. So if you missed that, we do own the oil mill now on the map. Hopefully during today's stream I don't have any problems. The last 2 streams have not. I mean, yesterday's stream wasn't too bad, but I did have a power cut yesterday. But the day before that, OBS was really being a pain in the butt, causing problems, but that seemed to have cleared itself. Knock on wood somewhere. Oh good, the plowing contract is done, so that means I could use the Fendt for all the baling. But maybe now, before we get to the baling, we will move on over to the other field that I need to harvest and just get the harvest done. Because we can bail in the rain. Bailing in the rain does not affect anything. Alright, this grass field is done. So yeah, with the mayonnaise production being, should I say, complete on construction, yeah, I think I am going to need some more land to grow crops in, because obviously with the oil production need canola, sunflowers will work as well, but also in the oil mill we can do mustard. So we'll have to look at saving up enough money to buy the field on the back side of the cow barn. That field there, I think, sells for, or we can buy it for 160,000, give or take. I think it's 166,000. I really don't know how much the mayonnaise production is going to be able to produce the first year. Eggs are not the problem. It's going to be the amount of oil that we have. We did do a one canola harvest, maybe 2 canola harvests we have done. So we don't have that much oil in that production building. I've already brought some of it over. Yeah, we got 20,000 liters almost of canola oil, or sorry, canola in the mill already. I don't want to turn that on yet because I want to be able to distribute the oil from there automatically on down to the mayonnaise production. So until the mayonnaise production gets put down, I'm not going to bother turning on the oil mill. Less pallets I have to move, the better, because here we're not using auto load or we're not using super strength. So yeah, I don't want to be over there with the John Deere 3650 loading up pallets. I mean, I could turn these 2 grass fields into fields that we harvest. I mean, these fields are not, they're small, but not small. And our large grass field would be enough to keep the cows going. Maybe I should look any mowing contracts that are worth doing. No, they're all paying just 1,000, so as far as I'm concerned, not worth it. All right, get that in there. Drop off the mower. Let's go put the weight back on this. Then we'll go grab the Fendt, and then we'll come over and grab our grain trailer and get the last field that I need to harvest done. Just, you know, get it done before the rain gets here. So over here, this is where the mayonnaise production is going to go. We'll sell the cheese in August. August, hopefully the price will be better than it is today. That's the cultivator. That's the Fendt. Let's go ahead and collect on that contract. 11,438 for plowing up that field. I think it took about 40 minutes to get the job done. And actually, the cultivating contract is over 9,000, so both contracts pay 20 grand. Get out of the field with all the furrows. It's kind of slowing us down with the ground deformation. All right, let's toss on the beacons. Of course, another good field to buy at some point might be this field to our left. It's right next to the farm, and I think that field yields at 102%. I know it's just over 100%, so it's like 101, 102, 103, somewhere around there. The field to our right is in the 90s on yield percentage. Okay, let's go harvest, I don't even know what's in that field. Oats? Don't really remember what I have planted over here. So no traffic on this road, so I can just park right now in the middle. Is this oats? It is oats. Swath mode is on. Headers down, combines open. Good start to the stream, getting a lot of jobs done, and we'll have over $50,000 in the bank account here pretty soon. So when August comes and I sell all the grass we cut, we're going to make silage bales, of course. We usually get about $40,000, just a tad under $40,000 in silage. And then, of course, I gotta sell the dairy production and sell the cheese that's in it. So, yeah, we'll have enough money in August to buy the mayonnaise production. And hopefully even enough to put down the dairy production again. Eventually, we will own the dairy production that's on the map. But that's going to cost me like $350,000 to buy the one that's on the map. And I may buy the field behind the cow barn before we get to that dairy production. Just want to make sure my worker is not getting stuck over there. Nope, they made it to the upper part of the field. The field's kind of divided in two a little bit. Just want to make sure that the worker wasn't trying to cut through the woods to get back to the upper part. Yep, combine is getting a little bit low on fuel, but I should have enough to harvest this field and park it up. We'll need fuel for next year. I don't do really any harvesting contracts, especially with this harvester, because all the high-paying ones are going to be in the big fields, and it would just take me forever to get them done with what we have. And with the restrictions that we have put on ourselves for this series, no tractors over 200 horsepower, no harvesters over 250. Although we have talked about before loosening the strings on the harvester restrictions, maybe getting ourselves a bigger harvester in the future. The tractors is going to be a hardcore set rule, no tractors over 200 horsepower. And again, the reason why I'm doing that is because, I mean, let's face it, every time I start a farm, I may start off with these small tractors, but within like half dozen episodes or 10 episodes, I'm already upgrading to the large tractors, and so I'm never really using the smaller stuff in Farming Simulator. So by putting a restriction on how much horsepower we can use, kind of keeps me using the smaller stuff for a while. Or at least in this series all the way through. But of course, in doing so, running all the smaller stuff, you don't want to be running a big farm, because then it would take you just forever to... Well, I mean, I guess unless you had like 20 small tractors and bought multiple implements, like multiple drills and whatever, you can get a bigger field and put a couple of workers in the same field to get the jobs done a little bit faster. But for the most part, the way I play, I usually like just having one worker in a field at a time. Or I try to do most of the work myself, as much as we can. Yield seems to be pretty good with the oats here. Again, we are doing precision farming alongside with crop rotation. And I think with the oats, I got like 120% yield on the crop rotation. And with precision farming, we should have a high number as well. When I go grab the grain trailer here in just a second, we'll have a peek at what the yield is looking like in this field. I mean, you can kind of tell in the upper left-hand corner, but I think that does not add the crop rotation into it. All right, so if we go into the field, because our combine's full, the crop rotation yields at 125%, and the expected yield in the field is 112%. All right, Mercedes, how are you getting along over here? I mean, you're getting the job done. That's all that matters. Yeah, at some point, because this is a manual transmission, I think I'll keep the Mercedes on the farm, but at some point, I think the other tractor we were looking at, that's exactly 200 horsepower, is the Kubota. Is it the M7? Might be the M7. Model numbers on tractors, I'm not the greatest at, but I think it's an M7. And that'll have a CVT transmission in it, which will kind of match up our Fendt 920, which is a 200 horsepower tractor with a CVT transmission. So our worker is actually just up there on the hill. There's the starting farm on the map. If you ever play on Pichonniere Valley, those buildings up there on the hill, that would be your starting farm. We picked our own area and we are building up our own farm. Yeah, but our worker is just kind of like over that one shed, just above the combine there, through those trees. So contract is complete, but the worker, of course, is still moving because obviously you're given a leeway of how much you got to get done in a field. But that'll be a little over $9,000 for that contract. So the oats that we're harvesting, I actually have no use for the oats whatsoever. Can't feed oats to the chickens. We don't own the grain mill, nor do I plan on buying the grain mill. So we'll just sell the oats this upcoming winter. So where we are in the series with, because I did do 2 contracts today, as you've seen. I personally am going to try not to do contracts, but if I got a lot of work to do in our own fields for the month, and I know I got like an hour or hour and a half's worth of work in a month, and I don't need specific tractors, I'll try to find jobs for our workers to do for contracts. But definitely going to try to not do any more myself. I'm not going to like get to the month of September and saying, oh, well, I had nothing to do, let's just do contracts this month. No, I'm just going to skip months. Because it is kind of weird how, and I kind of understand it a little bit, people don't like watching you too much do contracts for other farmers, even though, I mean, I don't want to say what's the difference. I mean, of course there's a difference for what you're doing for work. But I mean, if I'm cultivating a field, if I'm doing a contract, it's not much more than if I were just cultivating my own field. But when it comes to like, oh, we're just going to be doing contracts, people are like, I don't want to watch you do contracts. It's like, okay. It's still farm work. Just because it's not a field that I own. So yeah, let's get this harvest done, and then we'll get the worker back to the field, back to the yard. And then the last thing I need to do for the month is just do a whole lot of baling. Definitely got to do the grass fields. The straw we can leave here. We can do a little bit of the straw this month and keep it here. I don't think I haven't seen a tornado in a while. Haven't seen one at all on this map. Don't think I've seen one on my recorded series Shamburgo at all. It's been a while since we've actually had a tornado. We had them on Kingley, the Highland Fishing DLC expansion map. We had quite a few on that one. But since coming to Pichonniere Valley, I haven't had a single tornado. So it looks like we'll get the entire field in the trailer. So maybe while this is unloading, we'll grab the Mercedes, collect on that contract. Oops. All right, contract 9,255. Combine's done unloading. Now the next grass cut, we'll have to just do a quick stock inventory of what we got in the bale shed for the cows. So may need to keep some of the silage bales that we'll make. And we also may need to make some hay bales. I think at some point we'll probably will upgrade the harvester and change the rule on that. Just because the amount of swaths that we're leaving behind with only a 6-meter wide header. I didn't get a chance to test out, because I think in the last stream we were looking at it. The next header size up, I think it's going to be too big, is like a 10.5-meter wide. And I don't think this combine will be able to run that. It's asking quite a bit of a combine that's only got 235 horse. And that is our grain harvesting done for the year. Alright, put the combine away. And again, I won't bother putting fuel into it until next year. Hello, Panther. Welcome. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Think that'll just snap in place, which it did. And we'll go give this a good wash. Alright, back to the Fent. $17,820 liters of oats off that field. So yeah, next step is definitely want to get the grass baled and wrapped. Alright, drop off the trailer. And grab the baler. Have to see if the grass fields need any fertilizer or any lime. Lime, probably. I think it's been a while since I put some lime down. Not sure how I feel with the black wrap bales. I always tend to lean towards the white ones because they stick out a little bit better. I mean, on a sunny day, not too bad, but like if it was raining or whatever, or late in the day, these black bales would just hide a little bit better. Have to double check on our fields though, because I think tour fields, because we did the crop rotation, what's going to be like for next year. And I think tour fields are going to be planted with a canola, which means next month we'll be planting. Welcome, Miles. Hope you're having a good Saturday. A little ahead of myself with the baler. Then we can turn the beacons off. No traffic over here. Not really paying attention to the beeping noise of the pin today. Let's slow down, let this one unload here. Get done baling the grass, we'll have a look at our fields, all of them, and see what the next step is going to be for each one. I mean, the grass fields is just a matter of fertilizer and lime, but need to double check on our other 3 fields that we harvested today. When I say today, in this in-game month, and see how fast I need to get those fields ready for planting. All right, off to the big grass field. Again, all these silage bales that we're making should get about $35,000, $38,000 next month for them. And along with selling our cheese, that'll be enough for the mayo production. Sam's made an appearance in the grass field. A good Saturday to you, John. Hopefully you're doing well, and hopefully your missus is getting a little bit better. I will say I was. I have been enjoying the game Docked, which we streamed the last couple days. But I felt like we needed to get back into Farm Sim 25 today. Because next week we'll be trying out Ranger's Path, which comes out on Tuesday. I have played quite a bit off camera with that game, and it's going to be, as of right now, as the game stands, a lot better than the other Ranger Path or Park Ranger Simulator. It's performing a lot better than that one. Also, next week, we'll be looking at again, I think. I did the play test back in December. Gold Miner Simulator or something like that. Alaskan Gold Miner Simulator. We did the play test back in December, and there's another play test this upcoming week. So we'll be looking at that. Of course, we'll be getting back into Dock next week. It's kind of the way it goes with gaming, isn't it? It seems like a few weeks ago I was struggling to figure out how to fill the week with games. And now I'm at the point of there's not enough days to stream the games I want to stream. And sometime this month, I do believe that Roadcraft will be coming out with their next DLC. And I need to probably do at least one more stream to finish up the previous DLC since they fixed that patch. So there's a lot to get to. Well, hopefully she starts to feel better sometime soon. Yeah, the black rat bales just don't show up that well way off in the distance. I mean, you can see them. But if they were the white ones, they'd be popping off the screen at you. Hit too many buttons there with the palm of my hand. Can we get back into the baler, please? Thank you. Well, John, I'll just say the same thing that Panther said. You know, wish her the best, and hopefully the doctor can help her with her situation. Should get maybe 2 more bales. So actually, we can probably put the time scale back up to ×3 now, because we got all the harvesting done. The rain should be here, if I remember correctly, at 3 in the afternoon, somewhere around there. And that means all these silage bales will have fully fermented by midday in August. Okay, grass is done. Alright, let's peek at this field here. Obviously, alright, so yeah, it does need some lime. And this field is kind of low on the nitrogen. So if I'm going to do this field with lime and nitrogen, probably do all 3 grass fields that way. Obviously, all the other 3 fields are going to need nitrogen as well. So I wonder how much slurry and manure that we have. All right, let's go ahead and get one of these fields done in July for straw. Yep, wasn't paying any attention to the baler again. That beeping sound, man, that may as well not even be there for me. These are 20,000 liter bales? Yes. Hello, Sean Allison. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Appreciate you stopping on in for some farming today. I think we got plenty of straw bales, but we'll have to see what our inventory is at the bale shed and how the cows are getting along with it. I'm definitely not going to need all of the straw bales that we'll be creating. I mean, 10 is probably more than enough for the cattle for a year. This looks like fun. I mean, if you're into simulator games and you're kind of new to the farming simulator game itself, I mean, yeah. It is definitely, the game has a lot to offer. And there's many ways that you can play it as well. I mean, there's a lot of options you can turn on or off to make it easier, more difficult. However you see fit. Oh, you play so you do play the game, so you play on multiplayer. I played multiplayer a few times, and then actually I can't remember if it was in 22 or 19 where I did run a server for the community. Went pretty well, actually. So I have to see what this field requires. Don't know how much manure we got, but we got 6 fields that need fertilizer. So as long as no tornado comes along, these bales will be fine just sitting here in the field. One tiny swath left to get. Actually, we'll just unload that one here. It's almost a full bale. All right, let's see what this field... Yeah, this field could use... Okay, so I think all of our fields may need lime. So this is field number 36. I think I did the rotation for this already. 36. Wait, what was it? So we did... Last root was spelt, and then it was canola. So it was canola, spelt... canola, spelt... So winter wheat is... Yeah, I've already done this. Winter wheat is the next crop for here in field number 36. So that will be planted in September, I think. Winter wheat, September, October. So I got a month to get this field all set. Hello, Will. Welcome. My Saturday is going not too bad. Weather is warming up where I'm at for the next couple days, so it's got me feeling a little bit better about things. It's been a kind of a long winter, it seems like. I mean, we still got, for where I live, yeah, March, April, can still get some pretty good snowstorms during those months, but at least the light, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Right now it's 35 degrees outside, so 3 degrees above freezing. But the next couple of days it's supposed to hit mid-60s, which is going to feel... It's going to feel like I'm living on the sun. But I'm not going to complain about mid-60s. So we got this field to bale up with straw. We got one more field, which is our biggest field to do with straw. You're in upstate New York and it's 61 degrees where you're at right now? Can you blow it just a little bit more further east? In case you didn't know, I'm in Vermont, so it's that 60-degree weather hasn't quite made it here. I think not until tomorrow before I see 60 degrees. I think today is supposed to get up to the maybe upper 40s. You just started playing dock and you're having problems remembering what all the buttons do. I started right away using the Xbox controller. And, I mean, I didn't start with the keyboard and mouse on that one. I just went right to the Xbox controller. Now, obviously, I got, you know, when I ended yesterday, I have about 10 hours into the game, so I felt like I was getting pretty good at remembering what buttons do what and where. And what did I make it to? We're at like at what level or milestone number 5? Yeah, in the beginning, your first couple of hours, even though you may have, you know, watched me play it, playing it yourself, probably the first couple of hours, you're gonna be like, "What button does what now?" I mean, I was doing it. You'll get used to it. You're a pro. I think after we get this field done, we'll probably just move on to August, where we will have a fair amount of work to do. But the reason why I wanted to get to August, even though I could do a lot of the work here in July, I would not mind getting maybe the Mercedes tractor on a couple of contracts while we do a whole bunch of work. I don't think I got enough work to do in this month to get a contract going. Well, there's an $11,000 contract right there. But I need to get the bales off the field before I do the lime spreading and fertilizing. So that'll be next month. I've been really enjoying the game docked. I think the only thing that kind of gets me a little bit is sometimes the dialogue in that one, but that's just me. I don't need my pa tell me every time that the job's done. He's like, well done. I'm not even sure what Pa even does around the docks. A little bit of straw over here we got to pick up. See if I can nudge this bale enough out of the way. All right, let's head over to the other field. We'll park this up and get it ready for August. Is there a entryway to my field from this side? There must be. Well, how about right here? I didn't check the other field. This is field number 94. Triticale Spring Barley. 94 Triticale Spring Barley. 94 Triticale Spring Barley. So next crop I am planting is canola, 120%. Did I do this field here that we just left? Which is field 16. 16 was rye, then oats. 16, rye, oats. Yeah, so it looks like I'm planting canola in these two fields, 115%. So we're planting canola, winter wheat. So all crops got to be planted here in the fall. Let's just get back to the farmyard itself. I think this is running. This has got 13,000 liters of milk in it, so I did bring the milk over. They may have a little bit in the cow barn. Yeah, 1,000 liters, so not a whole lot. You guys should be fine on food. The chickens, I think we topped off from the harvest. The cow barn, they are good for 2.3 months, so they're good to go. Oh, and oh yeah, so now we got 60 cows making milk. So I think they're all set. So I think we'll just go on to August and we'll see if we can get our Mercedes to do a contract while we're taking, we got to do more baling, and then we got to spread fertilizer, we got to spread lime, and we got to plant canola in August, right? Canola is August. Canola is August, yes. Oh, what's in the sale page? I don't remember since last time we streamed. A quad track. That's it. Or as we call it here in the States, a four-wheeler. We do not need that. Yes, let's sleep until 8. No Crystal in chat. Let's hope she's okay. Far as I can tell, she's... Well, I think she's fine. I can see when she's playing games on Discord, or Discord showing that she is playing games. So yeah, I don't know. She just hasn't been here for a week and a half, and she left the Discord channel as well. So don't know if I said something to offend her and she left. So yeah, not too sure what happened there. When you drive a tractor, it won't go forward, only backwards, not forwards. You may want to check your controls to make sure everything's fine. So morning, let's see what we got. A lot of stuff on the sale page. I would love a telehandler, but that's not what we need here. And we don't need a baler, and we don't need anything with that. We don't need that either. So that is all good. What is the price of cheese today? Cheese price is going up. I got $72,000 worth of cheese, which we will be selling because I gotta move that dairy production for the mayonnaise production. All right, so with everything going on, what do we got for contracts to start the day that the Mercedes can handle? Well, I could just send them on a big cultivating contract. $18,000 contract for cultivating. We will accept that because I got plenty of work to do today. Let's top it off with some fuel just to be sure. And where am I going for this? I know it's way up at the north. Ah, yeah, okay. So if I just keep on going straight up, that'll get me to that field. Got it. So another setting you could have on there, Myro, is if you're using pedals, and this catches some people off. Where is it? Stop and go braking, I think it is. Stop and go braking. You may want to turn that on if you're using pedals. So we get a worker on this contract while we're doing lime, fertilizing, spreading, and we got to plant 2 fields. I don't really have to plant the fields in August. I can do canola in September as well. But August, we are going to... This month here, we're going to be putting down our mayonnaise production. Now, when I put down the mayonnaise production, I need oil and eggs. Now, we got plenty of eggs. I'm not going to put all of our eggs in one basket. Pun intended. I'm not going to put all the eggs into the mayonnaise production because I don't have that much oil. So I'm going to keep some eggs to sell in November. Once I can see the recipe and what the ratio is, I can see how much, I know how much oil we will get, and then I can figure out how many eggs I need. So I'm not going to have any more oil than what we're going to be making. Should be the field right up here. All right, let's go ahead and get ourselves a course for our worker. This may take about an hour to get this done. Let's see what this says. An hour and 3 minutes. We'll just sit here just for a second. I want to see in the upper right-hand corner, make sure that the contract is actually getting done here. %. All right, so it's working. Not that I didn't think it would, but just want to be sure. All right, let's get the baling done here. And then we'll get some lime spreading done. I'll focus more on the 2 canola fields first. So I'm not going to just go around lime all 6 fields at once and then fertilize all 6 fields. Then start planting. We'll mix up the jobs as we go, so keeping it kind of fresh. So again, we need 100 grand for the mayonnaise production. And then I need another 50,000 to put back down the dairy production because I got to move it. So that means I got to sell the one that I have. But between the silage bales and the cheese alone, should be able to cover that cost. And I think the mayonnaise sells best in October. So we should be able to have some pallets by then. And again, I don't know if this mayonnaise production is going to be overpowering or not. If it gets to be making us way too much money, then we'll have a talk about maybe not having the mayonnaise production. But I will keep it around enough so I get my money's worth out of it before I sell it back. The oil mill we will keep because obviously we can still make oil. And I do want to make mustard. So this is the thing about having a small combine with a small header. You just get a lot of swaths. I do have a windrower, but it's not worth windrowing the swaths together unless you can grab 3 swaths and put it into one. Dang it. It's not that I can't hear the buzzer on the baler, it's just that my brain is completely ignoring it. At some point, I will be switching over to a square baler. And there's only one square baler that I'll be able to use. Because of horsepower requirements. Trying to stay focused on the baler at this point. Keep my eye on the fill level. No, it's just bale. So actually what I should do when I get done with this baling part is put down the new dairy production. I think that costs like 50 grand. Get the milk into the new dairy production from the cow barn and get that processed. When I sell cheese later on, we'll have as much as we possibly can. But the further along we go in the day, the cheese price is climbing. So I'm going to try to wait as long as I can before we sell that cheese. It's not the best month for cheese, but yeah, it's got to be sold today. So I can get that mayonnaise production, start processing. Should have plenty of bale net to finish up this job, but if we run out, of course, we can just automatically resupply the tractor. The cultivating contract is getting along pretty good. It's almost 20% done. Trying to think in the future here. I mean, would have been better off if I had the Mercedes doing some of the other work, but our fields are so, I want to say they're that small, but they're so small to me. It seems like just getting an AI worker to work in our own fields, I'd probably be babysitting them too much. because either, you know, they'll get done rather quickly, or I got to refill them with lime or fertilizer. It's just easier if we do the job ourselves. Just try to make our time be efficient, our workers be efficient. I think setting the Mercedes off doing that 1 hour contract is probably best for us. Because I'm not in a rush to fast forward to the series or anything. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best efficient way to run the farm. But really, once we get the mayonnaise production up, yeah, then buying another field will be the next step. And hopefully between the dairy production and then the mayonnaise production, we'll make some pretty good cash and we can buy a field. I think 2 more fields is what we need. The one behind the cow barn and the one over by the bigger grass field. I think those are the 2 we'll focus on. So that's like 300 grand for those 2 fields. The field behind the cow barn is about the size of this field. The shape is different, but as for the size of the arable field, they're about the same size. Baling is finally done. We'll unload that small bale. It looks the same as the other ones, but it's the amount of liters in it. Over the bridge we put in. Let's hitch up to the lime spreader. Actually, no, the bale trailer. Actually, no, I'll hitch up to the lime spreader. Those bales aren't going to be ready for another 3 in-game hours. So, I mean, I can work our way around the bales. Alright, 3650. Yes, we got right to it. We'll drop off that. And get the milk tanker. See how much milk we got. Like 10,000 liters or so. Nope, that's slurry. But that slurry trigger's way back there. I'm right on top of the milk trigger and I want slurry. Yep, 9,000 liters, so that's not bad. Is this one still processing milk? No, that one is done. So that's good. That's the dairy production we got to sell in a little while, but obviously don't want to sell it until we get the milk, the cheese out of there. So this dairy production... Yeah, we're going to put it Let me just see again how big this mayonnaise production is going to be. Construction. Mayonnaise production. Yeah, so I think the dairy production is going to go right behind this manure pit. So first, let's grab this leveling tool. We're going to come up to like right about here. And I'm going to raise this ground up. Go back to productions. Put down the new dairy production. Where is it? Oh, it's 55,000. That was 50,000. Well, I'm short. But I do have enough room for it here, right? Yeah, that'll be just fine. Maybe just level out a little bit more. Over this way. And once we get the production down, I will smooth the terrain around it afterwards. But let's get it preset here. Alright, well, let's turn that off. Let me do an inventory of what the cows... First off, do you guys have enough straw in there? Yes, you got plenty of straw in there for now. Okay, so I need to keep about 4. So hay, we'll have to make some, and silage. Yeah, I got plenty of silage for a little bit, but I think when I do the cut in October, we won't sell all the silage bales. I'll probably keep just a couple. Well, only if, you know, a couple will be fine. And yeah, we might even make some hay as well. Yeah, so these, yeah, we'll make these 2 fields when we need hay. These 2 fields to get the hay. The larger grass field will be silage. And we'll keep a couple of them at that point. All right. Actually, the nitrogen in this field is saying it's good. So it's not too bad. How much manure do we have here? 92,000 liters. So that's pretty darn good. All right. Let's go spread some lime. So I need 55,000 for the dairy production, which we'll have when we sell these silage bales. And obviously when I sell the cheese... Again, we got $72,000 worth of cheese. I don't think any of our fields need to be soil sampled, although I think the large grass field is going to need it after the next cut. So it does not look like we're using a whole lot of lime. No, John, we have not had daylight savings into summer time yet here. Actually, I don't know when it is this year. It might be not until April? Let me check when... Because now I'm kind of curious when that's going to happen. Uh, okay, that's for last year. I don't want to know when it's last year. No, why do they keep showing me for last year? I want to know for this year, morons. Well, wait, is it tomorrow here in the States? Or tonight, actually? It'd be tonight? Is that tonight? I know what you're asking. Yeah, I did start the stream early today. I think I'm going to get into the routine of, usually I would start at my normal time, but if I'm just sitting around just waiting, and I'm just sitting at the desk doing nothing, I'm probably going to start the stream when I'm ready, instead of just saying, no, we're going to start at this particular time. So it could be like a half hour before, could be 15 minutes before, so I know it makes it kind of rough if you want to watch the whole stream and not knowing exactly what time it's going to start. But there's been many times to where, yeah, I start at a particular time, and I'm just sitting at the computer for half an hour just waiting for the start time. So sometimes I feel like I'll just start. Especially on something like Farm Sim, I don't think people are going to mind or be too upset that they miss the first 20 or 30 minutes of what we're doing. These two fields, pH value should be pretty good. Yeah, so unless I'm starting a new game or showing early access to a game, those streams I will start, post and start at the time it says it will. But like Farm Sim or ATS, maybe even SnowRunner and Roadcraft, those would be a general start time. But like Tuesday when I start a Ranger's Path, that whatever time I post it, that's the time we're going to start. Yeah, I'm trying a whole, I don't want to say a whole new bunch of things for the channel with start times and things, but I mean the channel's growing, but it seems like I hit a stagnant point of the channel growing. So I'm trying to do things just a little bit different, see if that changes anything. So once I can sell the silage bales, which we know they won't be ready until noon, then I can pick up the straw bales, get them off the field, then we can plant our canola. Through the trees. Now, I don't plan on stopping. I mean, seeing this is my job right now. So, I mean, as long as I can keep this going, yeah. I mean, someday it will, it will stop, but I do plan on going for years here. At least I hope so. But I mean, this is the kind of thing I've been trying to figure out over the last month or two. I mean, I talked about a little bit maybe last week. When numbers of views and such during some streams. But I thought like views for Farming Simulator on the weekend would be good. But there's a lot of ways to look at it. You think Saturday would be a good day for views because, more people are going to be home on a Saturday. But also you can look at it as, well, people have been busy all week. Saturday they're going out with their friends or getting their housework done or whatever, and they can't view. So I'm trying to figure out what days are the best for streaming. I can't, as much as I would like to stream 7 days a week, I got to get things done on the house and do chores and such. So yeah, I can't do it 7 days a week. Let's go around and pick up the silage bales. At least get them on the trailer. Where is my trailer? It's over there. Hello, Bob. Hope you're having a nice weekend so far. No bales up there. Nope. So, got these 4 here. Alright, big grass field next. Not a problem, Bob. Like I said, when people come to watch, be here, when you can. Don't worry about if you miss the beginning of the stream, miss the stream or whatever. Appreciate when people just show up just to watch me play some video games. What time is this rain going to get here? Because I may just fast forward until noon so we can sell these silage bales. But I don't want to be doing a lot of work in the rain either. I don't mind doing some work in the rain, but not a whole bunch of it. Oh, is this going to be a brief shower today? So it's not going to last too long. Hello, David. Welcome. Alright, let's get to noon. So I'm going to speed up time to noon here. Okay. There's the rain. So since it's only going to rain for about an hour or two in game, we'll let it rain. I'm not going to fast forward through that. Alright, so these, I should not have any grass showing. No grass showing. So this is all fermented, so we can go sell this right now. Which will allow us to put down the, replace the dairy production. Yes, David, this map is available on all platforms. It's Pichonniere Valley by Black Sheep Modding, and Black Sheep Modding is a very respectable modder. They do very good work. This map has some great detail to it. Alright, again, this should bring in like 35,000. $32,400 and 4,006, so 36, almost 37,000. Okay, let's go build the dairy production and get that milk in there and start making some more cheese. So the other dairy production, we're not putting the milk in there because I'm going to be selling that production because that needs to be moved for the mayonnaise production. know what? Let's start grabbing some straw bales, though. Take me just a second to get this done. I need to put lime in this field next. Alright, let's just get this over here. Alright, so right here is where the new dairy production is going to go. Just got to find it on the list. There it is. Overlaps with another object. I'm not sure what object you're overlapping with, but we'll do that. And I'm going to put it more so over here. And also I want to get it kind of hard to see with all these trees here, but right there will do. And smoothing tool, soften tool. Make that look just a little bit more presentable. Blend that on in. There we go. All right, let's get this milk in there so we can start making some more cheese. All right, so which one did the milk go in? It went in this one here. Cheese. Activate. So the other one is through the milk, but I got to get all the cheese out of it. But again, I'm just waiting for later in the day when the price is just getting better and better as we go along here. Alright, cultivating contract is 60% done, so that's going to take about another 25 minutes or so. Let's continue with picking up the straw bales. Get that job done. Actually, I want to keep... Alright, I think what we'll do is... How many bales are in this field here? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to grab one of these. And the rest in this field we are going to keep for the cows. all these bales, along with the ones on the trailer, these will be sold. See how much the straw is going for, but being August, I assume the price is not going to be that good at all. All right, how much? I'm guessing the straw is going to be under 40 bucks. Straw, $34 and going up. If I sold it today, now this, I'm not selling all the straw that you see that we have here. I would get $20,000 for it today compared to almost $30,000 later on. So since I don't need this trailer right away, we'll just keep it on the trailer for another month. Price is going up, so we'll sell at a later date. If it was relatively close, I would just go sell it now just to get the money, but all right, so I think next steps, I can see how I'm doing financially here. We're going to load that cheese up from the other dairy production onto a trailer so I can sell that one, because obviously I'll get some money for it. So now I just need 100 grand for the mayonnaise production. John Deere needs to be moved a little bit. So I think we got about 24 pallets in storage here, so it's going to take me a little bit to get this stuff moved. Again, try not to use auto loaders on this series or super strength. But again, if we start to get way too many pallets, then at some point we may do auto loaders. This is going to be a lot of cheese. So make sure I stack them in there just as tight as I was doing those containers yesterday on docked. I may actually have to make 2 trips, because I'm not sure if this tractor is going to be able to get up the hill. That is something else I did not think of until just about now. I mean, we have kind of struggled just a tad before getting up the hill, but now we are making that much more cheese because we got more cows making milk. No, don't start jiggling and jostling there. I'm going to strap this stuff in. Oh, there's another strap somewhere. There. Alright, good. Strap that in there. Kind of good weather to be loading up cheese, I guess, in the rain instead of doing field work. Cheese is still spawning out of this dairy. Okay, now is where the fun really happens. And strap this in. Alright, I think, yeah, no more cheese is spawning out of here. No. Easy with the tipping. I'll double strap this one again, just to be sure. And any cheese left over inside the dairy, I'm going to put that on direct sell, because there's not enough in there to spawn on a pallet. So I want to make sure that sells before we sell the production. I am kind of nervous about that Fendt getting up that hill. Well, I'm assuming I'm selling it to the foot. The same sell place we've been going to with the cheese since we started selling cheese. I assume that's where I'm going with it. I do not want to put this on the train, because that means I would have to unload it and load it onto the train, because I want the auto loader. Hello, Arctic. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Look at that. All nice and loaded. Alright, so the dairy production with the one with not milk in it. This one's got milk. This one does not. So we got 311 liters of cheese. So if I go to cheese, change output mode to selling. At the top of the hour, that will sell. Then we'll sell the production building. Right, turn that off. Let's fold these on up. Hopefully nothing goes haywire. Alright, let's get back to line spreading. What two fields are the canola ones again? I know the one across the road is 9416. Oh, so 36 is the winter wheat? So the one I thought, the one I thought is the one that with canola for sure. I was wrong. All right. So we'll have 2 canola fields for next year, which is good for the oil, of course, which is good for soon to be our mayonnaise production once we sell that cheese. Then our farmyard, well, I don't want to say our farmyard's complete. I do want to put down a better farmhouse for ourselves. Because right now, we're living in a hobo hut, which is better than the tent that we started in. But I'm not sure if I want to put down the farmhouse in the yard itself or put it down somewhere else and we decorate around the farmhouse. And I just had a thought. If we buy that field just across the road from where our farmhouse is, if we buy that field and we just use that field as for the farmhouse, we can decorate all around the farmhouse, make it look real nice. Instead of just plopping down a farmhouse saying, well, there's a farmhouse, we'll put down the farmhouse and put like a bigger yard with a fence and all that. Probably use the house that I used on New Hope that has the in-ground swimming pool. Because who would not want a swimming pool? Well, probably a lot of people don't want a swimming pool, but I would love to have a swimming pool. I think I'll go back to the farmyard. I'm going to top this off with lime. I'm going to hire a worker to put lime down in the other field, and we're going to jump into the John Deere 3650. Come over here and grab these straw bales. Cultivating contract is just about done, and that's going to pay us 18 grand. Lime scented straw bales. Yeah, not that kind of lime though. I'm kind of like the one that grows on the trees, lime. Alright, yep, get a worker for this one. I mean, it's not going to take them long, but 2 headlands is good. Oh, headland overlap? Oh no, we don't want that much. Like 5% is fine. Where are you going? You're too far out. You are too far out, man. What was the working width for that? Alright, I'll come back and do that. That's not the right working width. Let me go grab those straw bales I wanted for the cows. Why was it selecting that working with for that spreader? That was just way too much. I need to spread the prongs on pallet forks, because pallet forks work best on bales. funny how the brain works. You mentioned lime-scented straw bales. Now all I can think of is having a Corona beer with a lime in it. Wait, did the bales change that quickly in the rain? So you can see the texture of the rain on the bales. It made them, of course now they're wet, they look kind of glossy a little bit on top. But the second I go into the shed, they look nice and dry. Let me push those back in there. There we go. All right, contract complete. See if there's another contract out there to do, because I still got plenty of work to do here this month. That I could get another contract done with that Mercedes. They're very absorbent. Yeah, it was just more up to the matter of the second you go into a shed with a roof over it, they look dry. But considering we're just playing a simulator here, it's pretty neat that they did add recently that when it rains, everything gets that darker texture and the wet look to it when it rains. If you remember way back, I think it was FS17. FS17 was the last time that rain used to go through the roofs of sheds. So in FS17, if you were in a shed and it was raining out, it was raining inside the shed too. I think FS19 is when they introduced the sheds where the rain wouldn't go through. All right, you are done, sir. Let's collect on that contract. 18,258. So there are 2 more cultivating contracts, but nothing too interesting. I'm going to leave that tractor right in the middle of their field for now. Alright, so now I'm going to spread lime in this field. So I'm not really sure I know the working width that the game thought I needed, but definitely not that working width. I think there is an upgrade to this spreader to make it wider. Well, I haven't gone that route yet with it. So after we spread lime in this field, we got to go grab the manure spreader and the field we just did with the straw bales, and this field here need to be spread with manure, so I can then come right into these 2 fields and plant our canola. It would be cool if it gained weight. I mean, now, yeah, now we're just asking for even more so. But the thing is, the bales that I am using, or the bales that we are getting, those bales don't weigh that much to begin with because they are modded bales that come out of a modded baler. So they don't weigh that much to begin with. The modder Farmer G made it so that because the bales hold a lot of liters, yeah, they just weigh enough so you can pick them up with, you don't even need super strength to pick them up. Even though they're a lot more liters in those bales than a standard bale. But I'm getting kind of excited. We're about 100 hours into this Let's Play, and we are finally going to be getting to the mayonnaise production, which was kind of what our first goal, well, I guess overall goal, that was our first overall goal. Our first goal really was just to get a farm, because we started with nothing. But yeah, the mayonnaise production was our first set goal, like, yep, that's what we're trying to get to and try to achieve. And today, we are getting there. Actually, how much does a pallet of eggs even weigh? I don't know. In the game, I mean. Now, I will say this, because I used to be a lot of hands-on kind of a person worker. But depending on what the pallets are made of, those pallets alone, just a pallet alone, could weigh quite a bit. Depending on the kind of wood that it's made out of. I guess it all depends on what the pallet is being used for, what it's there to move. I do remember one pallet I tried to move by myself. Someone said, yeah, we got to go move that pallet. And I was thinking, oh, I'll go grab it. I couldn't even move the flipping thing. it was just a pallet. We weighed the pallet. It ended up weighing 400 pounds. That was just the pallet itself weighed 400 pounds. Full pallet of eggs from a chicken coop generally weighs 300 to 400 kilograms. I got pallets back at the farm so I could have a quick look to see how much they do weigh. So this field wasn't in dire need of lime, but since I'm doing 5 of the 6 fields, might as well do all 6. Well, that's the good thing. I understand what you're saying there. Tone fish. But I don't mind when modders make things liftable because no one's saying you have to lift them. You can still use whatever means you do by picking them up. But that's the great thing about the game. It gives the options are there to do it where you can do it either way. I'd rather have it to where the option is there to do it either way rather than just saying, no, the only way you can lift these is either with super strength or, doing with pallet forks. At least by making them light, well, you can still pick them up by hand, or you could use pallet forks or auto loaders. That is what kind of makes Farming Simulator great, is we have the option to play the game as we see fit. It's like this series here, I'm trying, so far I haven't used super strength. I'm not using auto loaders, but if it gets to a point where I gotta load 150 pallets onto a trailer, no one wants to sit here and watch me load 150 pallets for an hour and a half or whatever it might take to do that. So I think for lime, that just leaves the field across the road and the big grass field. But now we're going to go spread some lovely cow manure in rainy weather, which is just going to smell wonderful. Alright, so I think that milk must have sold. We went to the top of the hour. Not the milk, sorry, the cheese. So, no cheese, no milk. So it's this one here. Alright, so that is ready to be sold. So if we go into construction. I'm going to get $38,000 for that. That's not bad. All right. So, yeah, we don't have enough money still. Just need a couple $1,000s more to be able to get the mayonnaise production. Which we will get with selling that cheese. We got about $80,000 worth of cheese. But if I could... Oh, where am I going here? It's not down here anymore. It's actually in this shed. If I can get enough money and put down the mayonnaise production without selling that cheese until next month, that'd be better. So, let me check on the contracts. Where is that one? 97. I think that's on the way back. All right, we're going to accept that contract. I do believe that is on the way back with the Mercedes. Yep, we are here. That's where that contract needs to be done. Alright, so how do we get to that field there? I think if I go down this road... Or is that... No, this is it right here, actually. This is a weird shaped field, isn't it? May have to do this for myself because Course Play is going to try to figure out a course for this little section. And it's not going to take me long to do it myself anyways. Maybe like 5 minutes or so. Surprised this Mercedes struggles with this cultivator as much as it does. Well, I don't want to say it's struggling that much. But it's got way more horsepower than it requires. But yeah, we can never really get up to top speed. The Fendt that we have has only 10 more horsepower, but since it has a CVT transmission in it, that one easily hauls this cultivator around. Alright, that's, yeah, the way it's shifting and everything. Let me, I'll see what happens with this course here. Do 3 headlands. It may only be able to do 1. So why do you think you're at course number 200 and whatever? Alright, that'll take it about 15 minutes or so. Alright, we'll get back into the manure spreader and get our 2 fields ready for planting canola. And we know canola takes a lot of fertilizer. So this will help us not use as much artificial fertilizer when we plant. Now I could put this on a worker, and if I go into settings, the worker can take the manure directly right out of the manure pit without having to go back and refill. In 22, your fertilizer runs out 3 times as fast. I don't remember it being that bad. So when I do do fertilizer spreading like this, if my fields need lime, I always do lime first, because it makes it a lot easier if you're not using GPS, which I do not. But it makes it a lot easier to see where you have not been yet. We're going to be just not wide enough to get it all in one pass. Alright, let's go back, top this off. And get the other field done, and then we can start planting our canola. That's what I was saying. A lot of work needs to be done. We started today in July, and I don't think I'm going to get through this month of August by the end of the stream. But we will get down the mayonnaise production, at least. Alright, so the rain should be ending soon. Forecast showing just clouds. and see how the manure spreading is going. We'll get a nice even color when we go around with the direct drill, because that does fertilizer at the same time. That'll give us a nice even color going across. Of course, depending on the soil that we're on as we're planting. I can almost smell this manure. Which I probably in real life in about another month and a half or so, I will smell it outside my windows, because the farmer will start spreading some, I think they spread slurry. I don't think they do manure in the grass fields around where I live. Contract that we started is about 80% done. Doesn't pay a whole lot, but it's not too bad. Again, if I can get some contracts completed as I keep on doing this work and we get $100,000 that way, and I can hold on to the cheese until September, that would be great. It's like late September, early October is about the best price around there for cheese. But I had to get that cheese out of that dairy production because I had to sell it, because that's where the mayonnaise production needs to go. I do have a slight concern with the amount of pallets I have on there if this Fendt is going to get that trailer up the hill. I may, if I can't get up the hill, then want to find someplace else to sell it. But usually the foot is the best price offered for cheese. Alright, ran out of manure, so let's go grab some more, and hopefully that will finish off this field. So, of course, the grass fields need to be fertilized. I can fertilize the other arable field across the farmyard next month, because we're not planting in that field until next month. You are blocked by an object. How do you get that far done with the There you go. The worker figured it out, whatever it was. At least I hope they figured it out. I'm like, you're almost done. How do you get blocked by an object at the end? Okay, forecast. It is still raining. Contract finished. I mean, I suppose we could just go into September and then build the mayonnaise production then, because the cheese price is going to go up quite a bit. But I haven't looked at it since the morning here, and maybe the price is looking a lot better. So I'll kind of go on the cheese price. But again, getting the mayonnaise production up and going as soon as possible, because I think the mayonnaise best price is October, which is not far from now. So we should have enough manure to finish up this. Ah, the rain stopped. Alright, canola fields are all set to be planted in. Grab our worker collecting that contract and see. I mean, there's only one left, but maybe another one has popped up that can be done. That's not too far. Turn that off for now. All right, contracts. It was 3,000 something, right? 3277. And yeah, this leaves that one there, which it's not far from the farm, but another 3,000 is not going to get us where we need to. We got any good mowing contracts? All right, so we can get that one done rather quick. So bring the Mercedes back and get it on the mowing contract. That won't take too long. What was that, 6,000? Something for that mowing contract? I'll get me up to like 97,000. So, yeah, I'll need another $3,000 contract after the mowing contract. We'll see what comes up after we get that done. I'm trying to save my cheese. But I actually got a lot more money back than I thought I was going to from selling that dairy production. I was thinking at least half is at best of what I was going to get. But I ended up getting, what was it, 38,000 for that? So we'll come plant this field right here on the right-hand side with canola, and then we can watch the worker cutting the grass in the field right across the road. Look out, Ronnie the rooster. Cultivator goes there. Oh, he moved. Which was just a coincidence, really. This tractor does need a repair. At least something does, but right now I'm trying to get up to $100,000, not keep spending money. I mean, eventually I will fix it, but if I, like I said, get the contracts to pay for the mayonnaise production, not sell the cheese till next month, I'll make much more money on the cheese. Alrighty. I think this takes about 20 minutes to do this. $21 minutes. Alright, we grabbed the fence. Let's go grab the drill. This tractor needs to be repaired also. They've been getting a lot of use the last 2 months between harvest and now flipping all these fields. But when we get to next spring, I'm not going to have any fields to take care of other than the grass fields. Switch this over to... Whoop, it was on canola. There we go. So, in today's stream, we have harvested this field. We then baled the straw, put lime down, put manure down, and now we are putting in the canola. It's a quick turnaround. Definitely want to upgrade this drill in the future. It's a 4 meter wide, which is not bad considering the fields that we got. But I want to get the 6 meter wide pronto. 2 meters wider, which may not sound like a whole lot, but when you're going from 4 to 6, it's a good improvement. Looking at the wrong grass field. The grass field is actually up in this corner here. Yeah, he's at the other end of the field. So we will get weeds, but for some reason my fields are not getting many weeds to really speak of. I do have a See and Spot weed sprayer, but the amount of weeds that we get, it's almost not worth it to do the fields unless my score in the field for weeds is getting low. Then we'll spray them just to get that back up to 100%. Now you can see in the bottom left-hand corner with a direct drill that does fertilizer is going to put the exact amount in for the crop and soil type that we have. And now you can see we're getting a much more uniform color for the soil type. And the one thing I do not do is roll the fields afterwards. With precision farming, I think you get about a 1.5% increase with a roller. Just does not seem worth it for the size fields that we have. This canola is going to come in very handy next year, making oil. Again, I still don't know the recipe, the ratio of the recipe for the mayonnaise. All I know is just needs oil and eggs. Thought I'd see more of the worker when I come along through here, but every time I come through here, he's at the other end. Ah, there they are. So by putting down the cow manure first, we don't need as much artificial fertilizer. You can see in the bottom right hand corner I haven't used a whole lot. So really financially, by the time we sell the cheese and get these contracts done, we're going to be only like $100,000 off and be able to buy another field. So it's not going to help us out this year, but if the NPC farmer happens to plant mustard or canola in either one of those fields, that'd be great. So we're really focused on now just making oil. So canola oil, sunflowers we could get into, but I don't have a header for that, nor do I have a drill for it. But those are the crop types we're going to be looking for. Yes, we got chickens, but I got enough chicken feed to last us, I don't want to say a handful of years, but pretty darn close. So those are the kind of crops that we want to plant. And also mustard, because we can put mustard into the oil production and make, well, jars of mustard. Yeah, definitely we'll be looking at upgrading this. I don't even know how much that Pronto drill cost. And I don't even know how much this one's even worth. But would it be good to keep 2 drills on the farm? I mean, if this drill isn't worth much, then selling it ain't going to help us out too much. So with the crop rotation and precision farming, we should get a really good yield of canola. Actually, let me just have another quick look at it. So crop rotation yields 115%, and this part of the field expected yields 122%. Ground deformation in this field is pretty bad. Well, not after we planted though, but before we planted, because we were driving around this field quite a bit with a harvester, the grain trailer, then of course baling, manure spreading, lime spreading, a lot of tire tracks in the field. And this is one canola field done. I probably should slow down time because we are at 4:30 in the afternoon. We'll put it back to real time because I still got a lot of work to do this month. And I don't want to get it too late in the day where it gets, where the sun's setting, which, you know, may look good. But then we'll start losing some daylight. Let me make sure I park this out of the way over here. But we're going to do some manure spreading again. We get the 2 small grass fields done here, then they'll be all set. And then the large grass field needs lime and fertilizer. And already in our new dairy production, we got 2 pallets of cheese. So next month I may come through this field and actually put some slurry into it as well. Ah, the sun's making an appearance. In real life, not in the game, sorry. The sun's kind of out here, but in real life, the sun's making an appearance, which is something I haven't seen in a couple of days. Looking forward to the warm weather I'm going to be getting in real life because my driveway, my sidewalk, it's been a rough winter and it's got like a lot of ice and stuff on it. So this warm weather, hopefully it melts it all to make this thing a little bit more safer around the house. I think by the time Tuesday rolls around, it may not have no snow on the ground at all, which would be kind of amazing. Since I still got about 8 or 9 inches of snow out there. And it's kind of the hard compacted snow. Well, we're right here. Might as well top off, even though I think I got more than enough to get the other grass field done, but... And speaking of grass fields, the grass contract is almost done as well. That's approaching 90%. Forage harvesters doing donuts in the grass field. Sounds like you got it on an AI worker, right? Yeah, that's always fun when you go do work on your farm for about half hour or whatever you're doing. Then you go back, check on your worker, and they're just doing a tight circle in the field. Hopefully there's another really good contract out there somewhere. I'm sure there's good contracts out there, but something that we could do. I think I run into that tree like half the time. I keep forgetting that tree is like right up in the grass field. Alright, these two grass fields are all set. But again, I may put some slurry down in it next month, but if we go to the field, everything is perfect. We actually got lots of manure in the field. How much more manure we got? I think that's enough to get all the fields done. Right, lime spreader, where did I leave that at? Alright, down here, it makes sense. Mercedes is done. Yeah, 6,083 for that contract. Lovely. See, I'm $4,000 short if it's exactly $100,000. A lot of billing contracts, deadwood fertilizing, harvesting, mowing. There is a plowing contract. That's way up there. A spraying contract. Well, we could do that relatively quick. Let's accept that contract. Alright, so I think I was going to do some lime spreading, but I think what we'll do is I'll grab the Fendt, I'll put that back on the drill, and we'll get it start planting canola in the other field. We're going to grab the John Deere 3650 and go do that spraying contract. Going to plop this right here for now. Okay, grab you. Think since the amount of fertilizer used in that field, I think we're going to be all set for the next field too. I'm going to double check the working width on this one, because last time it was way off in this field. Well, not way off, but it was off. Alright, should be 4 meter wide. Yes, number of headlands, do 4. I'll do a 5% overlap. Yeah, that's fine. Generate course. So this is probably going to take 45 minutes. Maybe even more. No, 42 minutes we'll call it. Alright, we need the John Deere. Let me go ahead and I'm going to put down... Drop that off. Alright, we're going to drop the weight there. Put the weight on the front. And it's been a while since I've actually used this. There's plenty of herbicide for what we need to do. Alright, where is this on the map? Yes, okay. Got it. So once that field does get drilled, that'll be 4 of the fields taken care of for the month. And this contract really shouldn't take us that long to do. Going to use very little herbicide because we do got the See and Spot weed sprayer on this. And it makes these contracts very profitable by doing so. Question is, how do I get to that field? Well, there's a ditch there. I could go through the ditch, but that is the right field, right? Yeah, I could go through the ditch, but let's go around the back side of the livestock market. Now, hopefully the contract works. We had a couple of issues on Kingley for these kind of contracts. It's kind of hit and miss on Kingley if these contracts would function the way they should. Alright, so for one, it's killing the weeds. That's a start. And yes, it is working. Alright, upper right-hand corner, we got 1% done. At least I'm not getting that little ticking noise that I sometimes get with the See and Spot weed sprayer. I get it quite a bit on Shamburgo. I think I had it once or twice here. And as we kind of concluded, it's either, well, one, it's a bug, or two, it's just the clicking of the sensors going on and off when they sense a weed. But if it was the sensors turning on and off when they sense a weed, you'd think you would hear it all the time. So I'm not sure what causes it to do it when it does. A lot of weeds in this field, though. Already over 30% done with the contract. Like I said, this is not going to take us too long to do, even though it's a pretty big field. This is a potato field? Must be a potato field. Only because feels like I'm going over furrows quite a bit. And with a potato field, they're going to be everywhere. Hopefully our worker planting the canola is doing well. Seeing that's not a contract, we can't see. That would become an interesting thing if you, when you hire a worker to work in your own field, that you get a percentage of the field being done like you do when you have a contract. Well, I can tell if my work is still going. Although with course play, I should get a message saying that they were getting stuck or something. Wait a minute, wait. Um, hang on a second. I don't see the worker. All right, now I see him. There we go. Was it me or did I not see the worker there before? But now, now I do. I was staring at the minimap like, I don't see my worker going around that field. I don't even see him at all. So yeah, we are now 70% done with this contract. With a wide working width, yeah, it's not going to take us long to get this rest of the field done. And hopefully that is, I mean, technically it should be enough, but even though the production is 100,000, sometimes with a little bit of when you go to place a building down, it costs a little bit more. And that will save us from selling the cheese until next month when we get a much better price. Yeah, this field does look like potatoes. So I think that's not a collidable pole. Nope. So one thing I'll try to remind myself when looking at these spraying contracts, make sure it's not a potato field. Not that it's taking me long to do this job, and if I was doing a worker, it wouldn't matter. But the furrows that, when planting potatoes, leave behind, just makes it harder for our tractor to get through the field. Contract complete. Alright, let's just get this up here. Okay, contracts. 4,603 collect. Means we have 100,834 buckaroos, so we're going to come down to the farmyard and get this built ASAP. This is the cow barn, but that got me close enough. So, I need to move that trailer. The only tractor I got in the yard right now is the 710. Can the 710 move that? Wow, just goes to show how much I use this tractor in the early days on Pichonniere Valley. It's got 17 and a half hours on it. And really for like the last maybe 40 hours on this map, I hardly use it other than soil sampling. Oh, this will move it. Pretty impressive, actually. All right, let's go into construction, landscaping first. So yeah, we're going to grab this spot right here, put that to max strength, make it bigger here. And again, we'll smooth it all out later. Go more than I think I should. Again, I do have a free landscaping mod, so I don't have to pay for landscaping. All right, hopefully that's big enough. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. This it? That is it. Man, that's a big building. Where is... Ah, there we go. So it probably needs to face something like this. All right, I may want to lower that down and not worry about the exit going out of the farmyard there. All right, let me change the height of where we're going from here. Let me go down this low. We'll grab it from here. Because I don't like the slope going down to the cow barn. That was too much. Do you want to go a little bit lower than that? Go a little bit more. I'll put a pallets in the back. That would suck. Where is it? Why would it say not enough money? There we go. Game does that once in a while. Well, if the output's in the back... Well, if I do it like this... angle it a little bit like so. And just, I don't know, maybe if we rotate... No, we're just going to put it down. Just going to put it down. Alright, so this is where I'll be bringing the eggs over here. But apparently the output is in the back, which... I don't see it. Where would it be? That's the input. Well, if it is in the back, we got room to come back out here and grab it. I assume it's going to be here somewhere, possibly. Alright, let me go back in here. Let's do... Because the building's down now. Let's go ahead and strengthen that up. Strengthen that up. And just... make this a lot better. Make it a little bit more of a smooth transition. There we go. Yeah, that's fine for getting the milk. Trailer's just a little off kilter. But that's just fine. And everything else looks pretty good here. Oh. I need this to be level. Because if it's not, getting pallet forks under there is going to suck. Let me just bring that out like so. And then we will smooth it like right in here. There, that's better. So pallet forks and the pallets won't be at an angle to grab those. Is that level? Why does it not look like it's level? Maybe because I'm on a slope. Alright, so now with the mayonnaise production finally down, hooray. I know it's eggs and oil. Question is, what is the ratio? So we're going to be doing canola. So that math I can't quite figure out. But it's 30% of eggs for canola oil. So we're going to have, I don't know how many eggs I'm going to need to put in here. But let's go to the oil production and yeah, start canola oil. We want to change that output though to distributing and activate. So now the canola oil when it's made should come directly over to here. And again, this does more, the oil production in this map does more than oil. It does the grape stuff. Also does grape juice in a barrel, which we could do. Might be doing near, further on down the line. But I also want to get involved with the mustard, but we got to plant. It's just plant and harvest mustard, and then we can make jars of mustard. So the thing is, yes, the mayo. Went right by it. There it is. October is the best time to sell that. So, yeah, that's in a month and a half. But the good thing is I got to keep my cheese, because right now the price of cheese, even though it's going up, as you can see, it can reach 1,960, we'll just say. So we're like $100 under still. But the price is going to go up. If we go to cheese here, so you can see it better on a chart. You can see here, we're here in August. You can see how it goes up in September before it goes back down and gets back up in January. January and September are pretty much the same price, ish. Maybe a little bit better in the winter, but we'll sell it next month. So we can hang on to that, which is great. And with the money we're going to start bringing in next, I want to be able to buy. So right now, field number 24, is that oats? Yeah, they got oats in this field. Which, is not, we can harvest that crop, and the crop rotation yield is 110%, which is good. Another field that we're looking to buy, and looks like it's a fallow field, or they already harvested the crop. But yeah, there's nothing in this field either. These are the two fields that we're looking to buy. And each one, it should be like 160. 164, and this is 166. 110% yield in this field for a 2.25 hectare field. A little bit more than a quarter of a hectare, so 2.25 hectare, and yeah, 160. So the price is the same. The yield is not as good as this one here, so either one, really. So maybe next year we'll hang on to the money and see what the farmer plants in them. And maybe we'll make up our choice. If they don't plant nothing, when do I got to plant mustard? Mustard is the same as canola, I would assume. So I'm guessing it's now. Yeah, it's now. So, yeah, we're not going to be able to get mustard for next year either, unless we get lucky with the farmer planting mustard in these fields. But, yeah, we got ourselves the oil being produced. So now we need to jump back into... Well, our worker is getting along nicely there. Let's get back in the John Deere. I need to get this back to the farm. And I need to put some eggs into our mayonnaise production. Meanwhile, let me just have a quick look at contracts to see... mowing, no. Yeah, nothing more on contracts. So I got $684 left. That should be enough to pay the worker to get that field done. And as long as he gets the job done before I need fertilizer for the field too, that'd be good. I'm not worried about running out of seed. That's not going to happen there. Don't worry, people of Pichonniere Valley. Mayonnaise will be coming soon to your local stores. Or should I say, local mayonnaise will be coming to your local stores. I'm pretty sure the stores here would have mayonnaise, but not as local as it's going to be. It does seem like I'm going to profit pretty well with the mayonnaise. Because the oil, the amount of oil I'm going to put in there and with the eggs, looks like I am making a pretty good profit. Unless you really go over the numbers, though, it's going to be kind of hard to tell. And I'm not too concerned about it. I'm just too concerned about making too much profit. If I'm actually breaking even with the eggs and oil being produced in the mayonnaise, we're doing it just for the fun, as what you should be doing when you play a game. But I just don't want... the part I don't want is to just do one cycle of mayonnaise and also have like $500,000 that quick, because then it's kind of ruining the play style I'm going for here. But definitely has changed the look of the farmyard. Farmyard's looking a little crowded now. Well, I wouldn't maybe not say crowded, but looks like it's finally getting used. And honestly, I remember when we made the farmyard way back when, I was thinking, might be a little bit too big. But looks like I'm guessing the right size for what I needed. And again, as I mentioned earlier, that field to the right, or straight in front of us now, the yield in that field is not that great. We may buy that field just for our house, and then we'll decorate the heck out of it by having a yard, a fence, all that kind of stuff. So now we need to go grab my front loader. So again, I don't want to put all the eggs in there. I don't think I need all the eggs I have, because I don't have, or I'm not going to have that much oil. I don't know if I got eggs to the side yet, but I'm going to take them out of the spawn point first. Because the spawn point is getting kind of full. Yeah, we do got a stack over there. Oh yeah, I was going to see, how much is a stack? I know someone said earlier. 260 kilograms is what a stack of eggs weigh. I need to narrow the prongs on that. So, I mean, 4,000 liters of eggs, I think, is going to be a good start for that production. Because it was 30 eggs for 100 oil, right? Is that what it said? Is that what the recipe said? Mayonnaise. Yeah, 30 for 100. My brain is not going to be able to do math today. We're going to end up with about 10,000. All right, so I need about 3,000 eggs. And I got 4,000 in there. So I think that's already enough eggs. So I'm not going to turn this on yet, obviously, until we get some canola oil. And it's not going to distribute that over. Why am I getting manure? Why is there manure in here? What? I get a byproduct of manure in the oil mill? Again, this is the oil mill that's on the map. Not a mod. Well, technically, I guess we'd say it's a modded one, but this is the one that's on the map. I'm going to get manure out of that. All right. So be it. So another thing I am going to need to do is bring... I think I got some canola left in the silo. So let me grab the Mercedes. Where's the Mercedes at? Hello. I think it's only a couple thousand liters of canola, but I want to get all the oil that we can, and having it sitting in my silo does me no good. Where's the canola at? Oh, actually, I got about 15,000 liters in here. Heck yeah. The price of that field, if you're asking about the one I want to put the farmhouse in, but again, this is going on down the road, 122,000. So I may need a little bit more eggs in the mayo production. I gotta remember how to get to the mayo production. But that worked out rather well. Those being able to save the cheese for another month may get me an extra $6,000 from selling it from today till tomorrow. So even though we are technically kind of out of money right now, when we get to next month, we should have like $90,000 worth of cheese. And then when October comes, we should have some mayo to sell. There's our worker. So they're just about done. Feels good though. Mayo production is the first true goal I wanted on this series. Other than the obvious of building up a farmyard and getting equipment and stuff. Oh, hello. Righty. Yeah, we want to follow you as well. Come on, Mercedes, pick a gear. All right, let me rephrase that. Pick a good gear. And when we do sell the cheese, probably the one thing, well, I shouldn't say probably, we should repair our equipment because it's getting a little rough. Wait, I thought this was around. Nope, that's not the right access to that. Which side road gets me to the back entrance of the oil factory? It's this one here. So that drop off is for the grapes. This one is for the canola. Alright, time we get back to the yard, our worker might be done planting that canola. But obviously by the time, because if I don't do any more contracts this month, which I don't plan on, time we sleep through the night and wake up in September, we're going to be in the negative. But again, kind of like the first thing I will be doing is selling the cheese. Actually, can I, other than hit the ditch that hard, we're going to come up here. Yeah, our worker is done. Instead of going all the way, kind of it's not that much shorter, but just come through here. I mean, that was a pleasant surprise. I did not think I had that much canola left in the silo. I thought it was like maybe 2,000-3,000 liters at most. So grain trailer I'm done with until I need to feed the chickens again at some point. So let's start kind of cleaning up the yard. I think I will put another stack of eggs in the mayonnaise production just to be sure. But let's grab the Fent. Yeah, looks like they didn't miss any spots, and yeah, we still got half a tank of fertilizer in here. By September, we will be planting some winter wheat. Okay, John Deere, let's go grab another stack of eggs. Then the rest of the eggs we will sell in November. And by the time we get to next year, of course, the chickens will have made plenty more eggs, and we'll have some more canola to harvest, make some more oil. We'll be loading up some cheese in the morning of September. Let's grab, how much milk do you guys got over here now? Well, 3,000, exactly 3,000 liters, but 3,000 liters is a decent amount of cheese. It's another couple pallets worth. Plus, I got to get, after all the landscaping over here, we got to get our barrel back on the ground. If I just barely touch it, should fall or get near it, I guess. Right there's a good spot. All right, turn that off. So I think we will turn on the mayonnaise production. So yeah, we don't have the oil over here yet, but we're getting ready to sleep through the night. So we'll just turn this on. It's on storing, which it should be, so we'll just activate it. I'll check the sale page. I don't know why, because I don't have the money, but nothing there. I am kind of curious. 76,000 for that telehandler. Nah. I mean, we will have a telehandler at some point. I like telehandlers on the farm rather than using a front loader. But since we got the John Deere 3650 doing all that work, I need to spend the money elsewhere. So yeah, the large grass field, definitely got to take care of that in September. And then, of course, that field's going to be planted with winter wheat next month. But I do want to get to next month to see. We should have mayonnaise when we wake up. And we're going to be probably negative 2,000 with the production billings we got now and property maintenance. Are we at negative 2,000? Oh, only $717. That's not too bad. Let me go ahead and feed Sam, by the way. I hear Sam sniffing somewhere. I heard his little nose going, but I don't see him. Let's come over to here and see where this mayonnaise is. Hopefully we got some. Oh, wow, we do. So thanks for letting me know that the output was out back. That was Richard that said the output was out back. So we got enough room to get... Well, I got enough room to get the 3650 back here to pick up the pallets. But I guess if I were to park the trailer like right here, I mean, that's not too bad. I don't want to bring that... You know what? I probably could. Because what I could do is I could drive the tractor forward with the trailer parked here. And then by the time I move all the mayonnaise, the tractor can come around here and turn around here. I think I got enough room for that. So we still making oil? Oh yeah, we still got plenty of oil in there. And yeah, the eggs, that's fine. So if we go to here now, mayonnaise. Oh, I don't have a sell point down for mayonnaise. But I got $21,000 worth of mayonnaise already. So I got to put it somewhere. I mean, I don't want to put it at the farm. So maybe if we go to construction, factories, selling points, mayonnaise. Oh, I don't have enough money. Okay, but when we do, should I just put it up by the foot? Which would be, where are we here? Wait, where's, I should know where this is. We come down around here. Nope, that's the wrong road. Come down, it's up here. Maybe we'll put it up here where the foot is. Because they take cheese, and you can see they got like a little stand there. So maybe I'll just plop it down here. Is what we'll do. So when we get enough money, we'll plop it on down there, and we'll have a place to sell some cheese. In the meantime, speaking of cheese, the price is up to $19.41. That is the train station, which is not where I want to sell it. So I'm guessing... Again, the foot is going to be the next best place to sell it. The foot, $18.89. So actually, it's not the best place. The farmer's kiosk, bar and grocery. Yeah, the bar and grocery store, which I have not been to. So yeah, we'll be selling the cheese next time. But hey, Wait, let me get into flight mode here. Yep, the yard changed quite a bit on this end today, so there's our mayonnaise production. We will decorate a little bit more around it later on. Just got to get used to it for a day. Oh, look at all the cheese that we made from the new dairy production. Actually, I kind of like that. I mean, it wasn't bad here. Again, we knew that was a temporary spot for that. But that looks a little bit more fitting and fits in a little bit better right there. Mayonnaise production, I don't mind that angle. And I don't mind, I mean, that road entryway can still stay there because you can still come around into here. And I should, oh, it's not going to let me do it because I got negative money. I need to make that old cobblestone to make it look better. But yeah. Did you guys do anything to this field here? They planted triticale. Alright, so I mean, it's not a bad crop. Because we can harvest it and feed it to the chickens. They did harvest the oats. September is a month. You can still plant in September mustard or canola, right? Yes, you can. We won't get enough money to buy that field and plant mustard in so we can make mustard next year, but maybe the year after we can. So the work I got to do in September, I got to put fertilizer down this field and put in our winter wheat. And then our grass field needs, well, nitrogen isn't bad, but it definitely needs some pH into it. So we got to put lime in this field, and then we'll probably even fertilize it just to be sure. And then we can get on to October. But we'll be doing that next time. So I think I'm going to wrap it up for today. So hooray for our mayonnaise production. And yeah, again, we already got some mayonnaise. I think that'll work out well. So we'll probably start off next time with selling the cheese right out to begin with so I can earn some money. Maybe we'll skip to the day just a little bit. Or do a contract. What we got for contracts that are any big contracts I can do in between now and the start of the next stream. Not harvesting contracts. Some are coming in. There is a plowing contract, but I can't hire a worker. I would have to do it. Well, we'll figure something out by next stream anyways. So yeah, going to wrap it up for today. Just a reminder, I did release an episode of Transport Fever 2 earlier today. I did start the stream a little bit earlier today, and as I just found out, because someone did ask, because I started early, did we change the clocks here in the state for the summer hours, and just found out, well, that's what I'm doing here tonight, apparently. So if you're not changing your clocks for daylight savings, my streams, my usual start time is going to be an hour earlier because our clocks are moving forward tonight. But at the same time, I might be starting my streams earlier anyways from a normal time, so it might be anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours earlier than normal. So just keep an eye out for that. I usually, like I've been talking about, I usually start my stream at a particular time, but sometimes I'm just walking around the house for like a half hour before the stream starts, and I feel like I should just start the stream. So the streams may be starting roughly around the usual start time. Kind of confusing from what I just said there, but hopefully we'll all figure it out. No stream tomorrow. I thought about streaming tomorrow, but nah, I'm going to take tomorrow off from streaming, although I got to record some episodes. We'll get that done. I'll be back streaming on Monday. I think we'll be back here on Pichonniere Valley. We'll have to see. Seems like the viewership on this on Farm Sim is declining day by day. But yeah, we still got Doc to play. Next Tuesday, we'll be streaming Ranger's Path. The game releases on that day. I've been playing it off camera. Can't show any video on that until the 10th for embargoes. But you'll be playing Ranger's Path on Tuesday and see how that goes. And of course, I got Docked, SnowRunner, Roadcraft I got to get back into as well. So a whole bunch of games we got to get back into. We'll see how it goes. But hopefully you'll also have an episode of Shamburgo out Monday morning before the stream, give or take. But yeah, that's where we're going to wrap up for today. Appreciate everyone showing up on a Saturday for some Farm Sim 25 on Pichonniere Valley. Mayonnaise production is down. Game complete. Kind of. But appreciate everyone being here. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Have a good weekend. And hopefully I'll see you all on Monday. But until then, Have a good one.